Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Thank God it is Friday. A long week with Karen Reed's trial this week. Every single day, a full day. And there's a lot going on. And especially yesterday, we heard from Yuri Buchanek, depending who you are. And he's in the middle of cross-examination. Alan Jackson's doing a pretty good job so far with cross-examination on Yuri Buchanek. As we spoke about yesterday, it seems like there's number one, he wants to establish that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator in the case. And although Buchanan tried to fight that back, and we keep seeing that theme play out. So we're probably going to see, we might see more of that as this case continues. So that's in terms of the lead investigator. And he made some other good points. Some other good points you brought out with the cross-examination, and it's going to just continue today. It's really just going to continue. So trying to play down Michael Proctor's role in the case. Initially thought there was an altercation. Nevertheless, he never searched the house, which is also, again, a very big question in this case, why they never searched the house, as you know. So also, not a single document establishing the chain of custody from January 29th through February 4th, 2022. Also, all those pieces of tail light and glass that they found between February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, there was no report written about that until November 4th, 2023. So some very good, strong points that Alan Jackson already brought out on cross-examination. And we're probably going to see a lot more of the same during today's continued cross-examination of Yuri Buchanan. Now, I did see an order that came out that with respect to the children, the niece and nephew being testifying, as you recall, they did in last trial, they testified, and there was no videos and no live streams allowed when they are testifying. So that kind of gives us a hint that after Buchanan, it's possible that the niece and nephew will be testifying. So when that happens, we will not be seeing what's going on in trial. I don't think it took so much a long time last time. And I don't think it's going to take a long time this time. There's not going to be much help cross-examining, the minors, the niece and nephew in this case. So I think there may be a question or two on cross-examination, maybe. Generally speaking, maybe Karen Reed was got them extra donuts or something. But in terms of really more lines of cross-examination, I don't think we're going to see any. So there may just be a question about one or two instances where Karen Reed got upset about something. So maybe we'll see that and what John O'Keefe was thinking. And that's it. So we'll see if that happens today. In the meantime, let's say hello to some people. And again, thank you all for joining us again this morning, Friday morning, going into the weekend. And this coming up Sunday, God willing, we're going to have another very special guest to break down the week 3, a national trial lawyer. So that's going to be always good to have my brother Solomon on. He's going to be coming on Sunday. And if you've seen him before, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen him before, someone that you absolutely want to see. So we'll see you Sunday at 11 a.m. When we're going to be doing that. So let's say hello to a few people. Alicia is back with us. Am I the first? You are the first. Thank you for being the first. May the truth prevail. Sure, absolutely. May the truth. That's what we're after. We're after truth and justice. Mud Rucker is back again. I think yesterday was her first day, so we appreciate that you're back here with us. Usually when people come and join us, they see how much fun it is and how good our chat is, and they want to come back for more. So we're glad that you came back. And Mud Rucker says, just waiting for Ceiling Dion to make the daily appearance. Oh, do you mean this? Do you mean that? Ceiling Dion right there. The official mascot of the Karen Retrial. So there you go, Mud Rucker. That was for you. NMM57. Let's not stop and shop. Let's go. That's how he or she says good morning. I'm not sure what gender NN57 is, but that's how usually he or she starts off. Alicia has got the solo cup ready. I don't have a solo cup. I do have a cup of coffee. I'm still working on my first cup, so. Gina, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. NM57 says AJ is drinking a Monster, getting ready for cross-examination. Mad Rocker says my Yan Yeti is packed. And Gino Slits says, sorry to promote other channels, but we all know BC is the best. He's the only channel I'm a member of. Gino, we don't have anything against other channels. You know, everyone can add their part. Everyone has a different angle to the case. Everyone has a different personality that they want to add and different knowledge and experience in trials. So that's fine. You know, you can be members of other channels if you like and watch other channels. But I do appreciate the compliment there. You're all set. Good morning from Niagara Falls, Canada. Happy Friday, everyone, from Lori. And happy Friday to you, Sticker Shock. Back with us. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Linda, our New Zealand representative. Hello, Linda. Aaron Mom, good morning. I guess that means that you're the mom of a nurse, or maybe you are a mom and a nurse. Either way, good morning. Elizabeth Savino is back with us. Actually, there's an attorney in Michigan with the last name Savino, who I have a very nice relationship with, very nice professional relationship with, obviously. And we've have a lot of cases together. So I don't know if there's any relationship there, but good morning from Doylestown, PA, Pennsylvania. And Helen Lewis is back with us. Hello, Helen. All right, we got our first question from Vixay. Brother Counsel, I'm not condoning DUI. I also do not think sworn officers of the law condone this. So which is more likely? J.O. didn't think KR was over the legal limit, or he was too impaired to? I think he knew that she was over the limit, and sometimes people drive over the limit, and he probably thought everything's going to go fine. But it looks like we're going back into court, so if we start off with a sidebar, we'll be able to go back to saying hello to everybody. But if not, we'll get this trial started. Let's get it started. Yee. Norfolk. I do want to say good morning to our moderator, Blurry Lights. Thank you very much for being here and all your help.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do with Honorable Beverly County, just of the Superior Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. Draw the state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when it's saying this court's in session, please be seated.
Good morning, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
I do have to ask you those three questions again.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Can we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Hey, Master Rich, good morning. Thank God it's Friday. I missed yesterday. I was able to watch the recap, but we're happy that you're here today with us. Glad that you caught the recap. Good morning, Donna Bonneville. And, of course, Jessica Lee, our Atlanta representative. Hello, Jessica. By the way, Jersey Tomatoes has been with us for a long time. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No,
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
no,
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
yes,
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
there was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several, there's more than one.
Yes,
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach you?
Yes.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to Did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5
so-
by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not, no.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
That was a question, sir.
That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location.
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No, no objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Sean?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, you think this evidence was important.
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
Yes.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Why not?
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. right?
That was a question.
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years,
sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Can you take
Well,
a
this
look
is
at
what the
that
defense is
document?
doing right now.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that
Well, I got it from you.
Proctor? You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
Do you see a highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Sure.
I mean, he's really going to town on him. I mean, he's just overmatched. I mean, it's just Alan Jackson's just going to have his day with him. And that's what we keep seeing. He's not going to be able to hold his ground at all, as we keep seeing. And it just looks like he's being evasive and trying to hide things. And the jury sees it. And the jury just sees it. It's just masterful by Jackson. He's just outmatched. He's just so much better than him that you're not gonna one up him. I think I would have gone personally out a little bit more about that's a ridiculous suggestion. I was like, is it ridiculous? Is it really ridiculous? I mean, you can't even remember who you gave it to. You're telling me it's ridiculous. Maybe you didn't give it to any of those four people. Oh, so it was for sure one of those four people? He could have gone on with that, but I mean, he's just shredding him. This is what cross-examination is supposed to look like. By the way, I thought I saw a comment here about something about how I'm able to become the first Jewish pope. But I think they already got someone. So unfortunately, I'm out of the running. Look what Young Black Economist says. Kurt and Nate were discussing that many courts are getting fed up with the qualified immunity rules, and SCOTUS may have to revisit soon. And if you've tuned in for any of Brother Counsel, where my brother Solomon Radner has talked about qualified immunity, he does a lot of civil rights work. And he is very fed up with qualified immunity. He thinks it's a terrible, terrible doctrine. So maybe this will be a step in the right direction to get rid of qualified immunity. And Benzie NYC says he's crumbling, and that's true. He is crumbling, and it's not gonna end so fast. Jackson's gonna keep him up there and make his life miserable. When you try to fight everything, this is like what I tell you about it. When you try to fight everything, it's just going to backfire.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have.
The question is it standard policy? Is it standard policy? Not if that's an option. Is this standard policy? Let's see if Jackson forces him to answer that question.
To leave an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So
the
it's
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's put this question up from Betty Swallox. Can you explain how this evidence is admissible if they have no clue who handled it? Yeah, so that's the question. He's claiming that he did handle it and he collected it. So therefore, it can be considered evidence. But the argument about the chain of custody, exactly who touched it when, is still questionable. But the fact that he is testifying that he collected that evidence and brought it back to the station and put it in the box, and somehow that's where it is, that that satisfies the admissibility portion of it. But I mean, this is really a clinic on cross-examination. I mean, he's really doing a good job. When you have a witness who doesn't want to give any answers, I mean, this is it.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Radner?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Subjection.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
here.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. And tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the breakfast.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
And thanks again to MEC 10 Boston for the stream. Appreciate them. We'll be seeing them on Monday. Going to be appearing on
May
their
I approach?
Yes.
DD Driz 77 BC. He might be worse than Jennifer McCabe. Well, he definitely wasn't coached by whoever coached Jennifer McCabe. That's for sure. Would have done him a lot better if he would have got some coaching done.
Sergeant, if that's a two-page document, could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just general. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a limbs number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14 the day prior. Yes.
You see the size of this according to the rule. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
It was very little snow, but there was still snow. There was still like a lot of snow, but there was very little snow. So in case you thought that there was a little snow, there's really a lot of snow, but I just forgot to say that it's really little, but a little bit more than a little, and it's a lot, and it's more than a lot, but there's a pile of snow, but I didn't call it little, I called it a lot, and that's how this all makes sense.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence.
Well, I just want to make a point here, just a very quick point. He literally asked like 4 or 5 questions since he started cross-examination. He was just trying to get 4 or 5 questions out. And because of all this fighting, it takes an hour and a half for it to come out. Now, we could have this could have taken 15 minutes. All this would happen for the past hour and 15 minutes.
And you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages. Did
you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. There were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
So Brooklyn Janet says he's a great witness for the defense. Yep. Here's the $1 million question. Why are these objections being sustained? When you fight everything, even the obvious things that are going to come out in a minute to the jury, you just lose all credibility with the jury. You're about to see they're going to hear the text message. You're going to see the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. They're definitely flirtatious. I don't think anybody in the right mind would call them anything other than flirtatious. And when you just fight against them, you just end up looking like someone who's not grounded in the real world. For those of you who don't remember, there was a kiss that was shared between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins, and discussions about how they think each other are hot. And then she ghosts him for a week. So she had a stupid idea for a few days or whatever it was. Then she got over it and ghosted him, but he wasn't over it so fast. So, yeah. So, I mean, the rest of this is obviously Carrie's theory that he ran to tell John what he already told Albert. They confronted John and boom. So that's Carrie's theory. But the text messages and what happened is going to come out, and you're going to try to pretend that that was not flirtatious. like Jackson said, well, were they like business texts? Like, when's the new client coming in? You know? Eric M., every witness has lost all credibility so far, in my opinion. I'm trying to stay open-minded, but this is so obvious. I mean, yeah, you can stay open-minded and open-mindedly and objectively know that your Buchanan is getting destroyed on cross-examination. That's objectively speaking. So it's nothing about being open-minded. You are open-minded, but that you're just calling it what it is. Vixie has an idea. Maybe he likes provocative better. Provocative is better than flirtatious. Okay. Potato. The secret team, I think, must be also new to this trial. I thought the defense was losing until this guy. Well, you haven't heard Proctor yet. You haven't heard Brian Higgins yet or Brian Albert yet talking about them destroying their cell phones. There's still more to go. So just keep your mind open and you'll see how the evidence comes in. Victor Emerita. I think BC might have some game that he's hiding. You never know. There's layers. There's layers and layers and layers. And Erica, Blurry Lights is a great mod, keeping everything running smoothly here. I agree with you. Little Miss, Brother Counsel, why was the Commonwealth objecting? Because they don't like what's going on. That's why they're objecting. And Leslie says, Victor Emerita, BC has 4 kids. Actually, I have 6 kids. And is a believer. He used his flirting skills exactly once. I have 6 kids. But they are the joy of my life. I got 3 boys and 3 girls. And look at this memory from Willow. The judge refuses to say the word overruled. I think I've heard it once. Instead, she then asks the witness the question. Well, she also says, I'll allow it. But I did hear also, I think I heard once overruled. Maybe twice. But that's a good memory.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a 10-hour break.
Court, all rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and people can just step right up. Thank you.
All right, we're taking a morning break. A little bit early. I'm not sure why. VS says, I believe that it's time for the U.S. Supreme Court needs to make mass change some of their rules of law. What do you think? Fed overrides state. So, well, it's not so simple. It's not a simple process. The rules have to be.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant.
Oh.
So how are we going to get I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text message.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
I don't know what the issue is here.
All right, so we'll see you back here a half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Right. We know that there's some very strict rules about not communicating with the witness when he's in the middle of taking the stand. This is what happened last trial, and there's a motion filed about it that no one is allowed to talk to the witness while he's still on the stand. So if they take a break like this, Hank Brennan is not allowed to talk to the witness. So I don't know if they're talking about these text messages. I'm not sure what the surprise here is. I'm sure Brennan knows about the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. So I don't know exactly what exactly the issue is, but you got to tell the cameraman to got to move it over to the fan. This is a violation of so many rules and laws and statutes. It's borderline unconstitutional to have the video on the light right now. It's really probably unconstitutional. Probably a violation of our First Amendment and probably Fourth and Sixth Amendments. Okay. Anyway, so let's move on. Next question by Jersey Tomato says, difficult to remain open-minded. Yeah, I mean, of course it's difficult, but the way that I approach all these trials, like you all know, is that I want to see all the evidence. So yes, Buchanan is falling apart on the stand. It's not looking good. But just, you gotta wait for all the evidence to be presented. It doesn't mean that we can't comment on Buchanan and can't comment about his posture and how, he's losing credibility quickly with the jury. And the more that he fights with these simple matters against Jackson, the more he's going to lose credibility that we can talk about fairly and open-mindedly. But that's what we're seeing play out in front of our eyes. Now, I'm just saying you should stay open-minded about the ultimate verdict in this case, what it should be, until you see all the evidence. And don't just let everything that you know already in the past from the first trial. And also, there's a lot of reporting going on, and there's a lot of people that say they have other information and know what's coming. But I would just tell you, let's see how the trial plays out. And we'll call it as the evidence comes in. We'll continue commenting on the evidence and talking about it in an objective way. So that's all I mean about being open-minded. So okay, I don't know what's going on with this break. Agent Smith says even Court TV is agreeing with the defense. LOL, crazy. And yeah, it seems like Court TV has kind of flip-flopped in some of their feelings on this case. But apparently now, I don't think anyone would disagree. What's going on now is not good for the Commonwealth. Amanda Parr Conroy, who's an attorney, says these objections remind me of some of Jim Carrey's objections in the movie Liar Liar. Object because it's very bad for my case. Yeah, Liar Liar is it's a great lawyer video. But we could also have, like, in all these breaks, what we should really do is we should play some of these lawyer videos, or alternatively, we should play The Matrix, because The Matrix is one of the greatest videos ever made. And you guys know my opinion about that. I'm talking about the first Matrix. So, we can do that. Unfortunately, I'll probably get sued by every single anyone who's part of that movie is going to sue me up to wazoo. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and by the way, Erica reminds everybody that Happy Mother's Day to all the moms here. We do have Mother's Day coming up this Sunday, and in order to celebrate Mother's Day, we're going to have a special stream. We'll call it the Mother Day stream, but it's going to be Brother Counsel on Mother's Day. Maybe I should have Brother Counsel's mother come on as part of the Mother's Day day on Sunday, and let her have share some of the limelight with her. Maybe we should do that. I happen to live in the same city as my mother. Actually, technically not the same city, but we live about a 3-minute drive and about a 15-minute walk. So we get to see each other plenty of times. So I don't. It's not just like my once a year where I get to say hello to my mother and thank her for being my mother. But we'll definitely do something on Sunday. Get together. And my mother always says that what she wants for Mother's Day or for birthdays or for anything is a mushy card. That's all she wants. A mushy card saying, "Hi, I love you so much. You're the best mother in the world. Love," one of her kids, whoever it is. So that's all she wants for every single birthday and every Mother's Day. And I'm trying to catch up on the comments, although I know I'm very behind. So no, she did not say an hour break. She said half-hour break. So just trying to get through the messages here. And Ben says, "Where's my fan? I'm in Australia and I feel violated." And I understand. Like I said, this is against every law that I'm familiar with. It's unconstitutional, and we have to send an inquiry over to NBC Boston exactly what they're thinking about showing the light instead of the fan. Leslie, my prayers to John O'Keefe. If you are watching over this trial, please give us a clue who did this to you. Yeah. Wouldn't we like to know the answer to all that? Mikey, do you find juries getting frustrated when there is an objection that stops the questions from being answered, be it questions from defense or prosecution? It's very hard to know. Juries, you don't really get to talk to the juries usually until the end of the case. But the general rule of thumb is that you have to be careful and weighted with your objections, because number one, you don't want the jury thinking that there's something that you want to hide from them. And if you're constantly objecting, they may feel like you're trying to hide something from them. And then the other part is that you have to obviously protect your client, and they also want to hear the answer. So you got to be the general rule of thumb is you got to be careful and weighted with your objections. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll be back here shortly. So we'll see you soon. So we got to get to a few comments here during the break. First of all, somebody did post in here. Here we go. LLH never seen The Matrix. And I'm really struggling right now. I'm really struggling with that comment. It hurts. And it's insulting to me. And you should probably go watch it right now. Literally right now, pause the channel and go see it and then come back. I think we need to have like a separate show just devoted to The Matrix and talking about The Matrix because it's just that good. BB Mag actually says, did you know The Matrix is a follow-up to The Terminator? Neo is John Connor. I don't know if you're joking or not, but no, I did not know that at all, and I'm not sure if that's even true. Now, there's also some questions about Brother Counsel's mother. So Carrie says, yes, Brother Counsel, Mom, come in. Here, bring Mama Counsel on. Mother Counsel. BB Mag also says, Mother Counsel, Mama Counsel. Helen Lewis says, yes, we'd love to meet Mother Counsel. Christine, that would be amazing. Mama, Brother Counsel. Yes, Brother Counsel's Mother Counsel. We need to see her. Okay, so I'm going to ask my mother if she can make a special appearance on Sunday when I'm going to have also my brother on. Brother Counsel's Brother Counsel. Okay, just for all you guys and girls and mothers. Because I'm sure there's mothers who are watching this also. So maybe this would be a nice special Mother's Day gift for all of you. Victor Amarita, Brother Counsel, who is the favorite counsel child? And if you're talking about my mother's favorite counsel child, there's only two of us that are lawyers. So that's me and Solomon, or Solomon and I. And my mother would never say who her favorite son is. And she would submit that she doesn't have one. And every time we tried to ask her, she would say, which one of my fingers do you think is not important to me? They're all equally important. So, yeah. So, but I have my ideas. I have my ideas who her favorite child is. Karen Jean also says, BC would be nice having your mother on the show. I know my mother is very not into anything public and public appearances, and she always likes to stay in the shadows, just like my wife. Everyone knows she would not want to do this herself. So she likes to stay in the shadows, in the background. But we're going to see. We're going to see if I can convince her, if I can be very convincing, that she'll maybe make a quick appearance on the show on Sunday. That would be nice. So we're going to see. Carrie says, raise a hand for Mama Counsel. Christine, I lost my mom 5 years ago this week. So if you still have yours, love her extra while you can. I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, it's a special gift to have my mother with me. And it's also a special gift that we live in the same, relatively very close to each other. So it's great. We get to see each other all the time. And she gets to come over definitely on the weekends, hang out and see the kids, the grandkids. So it's a special thing. And the truth is that my mother works with my father. My father's self-employed, just like me, and he has his own law firm. And my mother's his right-hand woman, literally for everything. So not just in the personal life, but she also works with him as his legal assistant. And that was also when she was working she was also a teacher. So she was working for a teacher full time. And then she would come home and she would do a lot of work for my dad when he was just starting off. And now that she retired from being a teacher after like 40 years, she's essentially just working for my father right now. So a very, very special woman. Taught us a lot of very important values in life, hard work being one of them. And it's great to have her so close with us. So we're going to see. Hopefully we'll be able to get her on to the show. Okay, hold on. I'm getting to more comments here, and I guess I'm really behind. And I'm seeing that also a lot of other people haven't seen The Matrix. Lil Miss says I've never seen it either. Maybe we should all get together and see The Matrix together. That's what we should do. Here, your lawyer friend Denise. I've never seen it either. How can that be? I'm in shock. I'm in absolute shock that anyone would have not seen The Matrix by now. Janet Smith, LOL. I've never seen the Matrix movies either. He really likes these movies. Well, at least just watch the first one. I think the first one's the best one. Watch the first one. Some dude's mama made no sense. Plus, I kind of dislike the main actor. It's very, very deep film. It's extremely deep. It's very. I probably haven't even plunged the depth of that film yet. It's so deep. That's what I think. Keanu Reeves, I think, is a great actor, and I think that he's a good person. I think in real life. I don't know much about these celebrities, but from what I've heard, I think that he's a decent person also, like a human being. Carrie, my first date with my husband, I saw The Matrix, fell asleep. So long. And he continued dating you and married you? Just joking. There's a lot more to you than your interest in The Matrix. But wow. And BGM, I'll just have to catch a replay because BJM is going to be spending the day with her mother, with his or her mother. Not sure. But look, I mean, if you've got a mother to hang out with, then hang out with her. Don't hang out with me and my mother. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try to get her on. It's going to be a tough sell for her because she doesn't like to come on to public appearances. She likes to stay in the background. Media, bless you for bringing Mom Counsel on. I'm going to try. No promises, okay? I'm going to try. I already sent her a text, okay? So we'll see. I lost my mom, and there's nothing like mom. Yeah, and my mother had her mother with her for a while, and she's very close with her, and she feels very, she understands how important it is to have a mother, and she actually lost her father very, very. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. NBC Boston got the memo. I sent them that threatening email, and now they've moved to the fan. But anyway, so my mom lost her father at a very young age. And it really affects her even to this day. Rhonda Dedham, sorry, brother, I've never seen it either. We're going to have a Matrix watch for Brother Counsel, for all the Brother Counsel members. The pro asks a question which I really shouldn't even speak out because it's so insulting, this question. Why does it matter if the camera's on the light or the fan? I can't even begin to answer that question. I mean, it's going to take me too long, but it's something that's so deep, such an important part about this case. I just don't know where to begin. I don't know how to begin answering that question. So I'm very sorry, but I just can't answer it. It's going to take a long time, and we don't have the time right now, quite frankly. Nacho's mom, a new member. Thank you very much. Good morning from South California. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Thank you. Rhonda Dedman, I lost mine last year, referring to your mom, I'm assuming. So going through all this first, it's so hard. I am sure it is. I'm sure it is, and I'm sorry for your loss. Erica, movie night. That's right. We're going to have movie night with Brother Counsel, watching The Matrix. Leslie's also confessing that she hasn't seen it. Okay, so there's just more of a reason why we have to all sit down and watch it. And then we're going to also have to talk about it. We're going to have a session breaking it down. And we have to analyze it all for you. Victor and Marita, these non-Matrix watchers are un-American. Okay, let's just calm down. I know how you're feeling. I know how you're feeling. But, really, I mean, just give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's some good reasons why they didn't see it. So let's not just start hurling insults about them being un-American. Okay, and they'll see it. Don't worry, they will see it. If you're going to stay with my channel long enough, you will see it at some point. I assure you. Media, I'm in for the Matrix watch party. Okay. First is the best. I see everyone saying that. Good movie. First is the best. Okay, good. Carrie says, my husband loves it. Has the DVD. You can always make up for that first date where you fell asleep, so you can try it again. Matrix, never seen it, says Casper. Cafe August says, let's all meet in the general location. The general vicinity. The general vicinity. Words matter. Words matter. See you there. Sticker Shock. Okay, at least Sticker Shock saw it. I love the first one. Others are still good. Yeah, the others are still good, but nothing like that. And by the way, you should just know I did get a text. I did get a text from the senior producer at NBC Boston because we're in touch with each other. I'm going on the show on Monday, and he just let me know fan versus the light. There's no contest. It's on the fan. So I'm glad that we got the attention of NBC Boston. Senior producers letting me know that they will be concentrating on the fan instead of the light. So I want to calm all your nerves down. Andrea, hello from Italy. Appreciate your commentary, Brother Counsel. Thank you. Janet Smith says, I will watch it out of respect for you, BC. Okay, well, all right. Any way that we are able to convince you to watch it is worth it. Katie Cat says, Kino is one of my faves, but The Matrix is not for me. It's just not my vibe, but my husband loves them too. And again, it's not so much, I understand, like, the relative, like the darkness of the feel, and the feeling is sometimes a little dark and gloomy, but there's so much depth. There's just the story within the story is just so deep that even if the actual film itself is not so appealing to you, but the messages are so deep. And especially as a religious person myself, like I just feel like it's just such a deep movie. So, and I think Keanu Reeves I like Keanu Reeves. I think he's like a good actor. Jessica H hasn't seen The Matrix either. Maybe it's just more of like a man film. I don't know, and maybe I'm just not getting it from the women here that they want to see it, or they saw it, or they don't like it. That could be. I'm guilty, being a man, so it's possible. And here's the thing, Nachos man, I saw The Matrix, but I'm embarrassed to say I couldn't follow what was going on. You have to watch The Matrix like at least 10 times before you start to really begin to plumb the depth of it. So don't worry about it. Even if you didn't understand it the first time, keep watching it. Keep watching it again and again. You'll still be uncovering more and more and more to the movie. And I don't even claim to understand it all myself. But there's something intriguing knowing that there's just so much more to it than the surface. And the more that you see it, the more that you discover more about it. And look at this. B says, I saw an interview with a man that said he was broken down on the side of the road and Keanu Reeves pulled over and helped him. That's what I think. But what I've heard is that I think Keanu Reeves is like a nice human. It's a nice person. Not like your typical, celebrity better than you type of, personality. So that's what I've heard. Again, I don't have any sort of personal knowledge about it, but I've heard good things. Chloe's mom, what is The Matrix about? Well, you're going to have to find out by our watch party. Little Miss says Matrix name sounds like an action flick, and I hate action movies. So it technically is an action movie, but there's so many more messages beyond the action part of it. So you can really try to ignore the action part, and it still talks to you on a very deep level. Katrina, new member, thank you. John Wick series. So I'm not as familiar with the John Wick series because I think it came out a lot later, and I got a lot busier after The Matrix came out, and I really wasn't able to devote so much time to watching movies anymore. And I rarely see any sort of movies anymore. So I'm just too busy, and when I do have time, I'm not interested in just sitting in front of a screen anymore. So I'm out of the whole movie scene right these days. And Gina's also very much looking forward to movie night with BC. I think we're gonna have to figure something out to do something together. The Brother Counsel members and subscribers. Look at this. You're all set. Says Keanu Reeves is a beautiful soul. So it could be we're hearing correctly that he is. Vid Princess, yes, the fan club. A lot of people are fans of the fan. We've heard a lot of different references about what this fan is. But it's the only fan of the Karen Reed trial. But I mean, it is central. It is central to the entire story and to the plot. In fact, who's ever making a movie out of this trial the fan's going to play a significant part of it, and that's what I hear. Jessica Lee hasn't seen The Matrix in years. I haven't either, by the way. So it'll be good to revisit it. We can all revisit it together. Karen Sue, my husband and I have watched all Matrix movies a few times. Bid Princess, Matrix is incredible. Judy Rudd, I would love to meet your mother. My mom was 102 when she died. Well, I'm going to try to get her on. She hasn't responded to my text just quite yet. So we'll see. We're going to try to get her on. I'll work on her over the weekend. I'll have to convince her somehow to come onto the store. Maybe I'll have to trick her onto it somehow. And then when she's on, she'll just stay on. I don't know. All ideas, I guess, are running through my mind right now. But hopefully she'll just agree to come on. And by the way, 102, that's great. My grandmother lived to a nice, ripe old age as well. And it was so nice to have her as part of all of our family get-togethers. I think she passed away when she was like 90, 94, 95. Newman's mom says I'm in Matrix night on BC. Okay. VS says I'm sure you can get a copyright approval. Okay, VS, you're going to be in charge of that. Getting the copyright approval for our movie night together. Blurry Lights. I'm in love with that movie. This is the only fan cam. Pink Barracuda says, looking forward to meeting Mother Counsel on Sunday. I hope so. I hope. Bid Princess wants to know, are we watching all the Matrix movies? I think it would be enough. I wouldn't drive you as crazy as long as we watch the first one. The rest we can talk about, but the first one is an absolute necessary. I think we should make it a requirement before becoming a Brother Counsel member that you have to watch the Matrix movie. I think that's maybe we should make that a rule. Cabo August says 6. God bless. You must be tired. I am, but probably not as tired as my wife is. Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a journey. It's been a lot of craziness, but a lot of fun. And they're the joy of my life. Well, I'll take this, even though I can't say that I agree with you. Brother Counsel looks just like the handsome Keanu Reeves. I'm not sure if everyone would agree with you, but I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. Z. McCarthy, a Brother Counsel, jurors in Massachusetts can write questions for witnesses. Did Bev mention that? Can defense ask judge to make a statement about that? Well, normally it's discretionary with the judge. The judge can allow it. The judge also cannot allow it. That's how it works in Michigan. I think in a lot of jurisdictions it's discretionary, whether it's up to the judge whether the jury can ask questions. I would assume, just watching this trial, that the judge is not allowing the jurors to ask questions. So that's what I would say about that. Jennifer Rawson says, I've never seen The Matrix and I'm 41. Ha ha. Okay, well, I mean, it's never too late. Okay, it's never too late. Don't just think that you're too old. I just turned 40, and it's fine. You have many more years to live. So it's never too late to start fixing up all the mistakes that you made in life. And one of them is that you just didn't watch The Matrix. So you can definitely fix up that mistake, and you can do it tomorrow, or you can do it at our Brother Counsel watch night, our movie night. So either way, you still have plenty of time to fix up some of those mistakes. So don't worry about that. Some people have book clubs. We're going to have movie club. Right as Kay says, Mother's Day was last Sunday in Lithuania. I gave my mom a lily and her favorite dumplings. LOL. By the way, The Matrix is a must watch. Little Miss says, Jennifer Austin, I'm 57 and I've never seen The Matrix. Okay, but don't worry. It's never too late. Some people have a bucket list, like, the 10 things that they must do before they kick the can. I think one of them's got to be watching The Matrix. I mean, just honestly, like some of the important ones, like, I don't know, like going to synagogue or going to church or whatever. And then the next one is like The Matrix, Gina wants to know, brother, you'll be coming to Boston tonight, attend the trial at all. I think you mean we'll be coming to Boston at all to attend the trial. I don't think so. I haven't been invited. But I enjoy doing it this way. I like, with the chat here, and I like watching it from the comfort of my office. But I haven't been invited into that tiny little courtroom. And I would definitely, I have a more comfortable chair here than those pews. So. And Nicole77 says, I'm insulted that we had to look at the light. And I know, and I understand the trauma, and I understand the feelings of anxiety and depression that it conjured up. I completely understand that, and I'm completely with you, which is why I sent that threatening letter on behalf of all of you, my clients, to NBC Boston, and thankfully they corrected that mistake. So I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and hopefully whatever bills you incur because of the result of that trauma, you can definitely forward to me, and I'll be sending it to the Embassy Boston with a demand letter. So don't worry about that. Okay, we got your back here. Jennifer Austin, this is the first trial I've ever really invested time in. Okay, well, now that you're seeing how important this is and how much fun it is also, I'm sure you'll be with us throughout the rest of the year. Brian Koberger, Don Adelson, we'll get to Curry Richens at some point. So, yeah. Nick Stefanik says, Albert and Higgins destroying their phones make this whole investigation incredibly suspect. I can't imagine why they wouldn't call each of them to the stand. They should call them to the stand. I'm assuming they still will. I know that there's been some reports that they're not going to be calling them to the stand. I don't know how that happens. If you're the defense, you call them to the stand. You have to call them to the stand. And I don't know if there's any sort of ruling that Judge Cannone made about them. I didn't see any ruling about it, why they wouldn't be able to call these people to the stand. So even if the Commonwealth does not call them to the stand, if you're the defense, you call them. You call Proctor, you call Higgins, and you call Albert. I did a reading of The Matrix with some friends, and I was Agent Smith. It was sick. I mean, you just have to get down your Mr. Anderson, and then you can have so much fun with it. I mean, this is what my family has been doing for the past, 30 years since it came out. When did it come out? 20 years? And this is what you hear. You just hear Mr. Ander. You just got to get that down. Some dude's mom says, "Oh, I bet all of us who didn't like it are atheists." LOL. Yeah, but even if you're not a religious person, I think it's still a very deep film. I think it makes you think about yourself a little bit differently, whether you're an atheist or not. So I think it's for all people, all types. and I see that some people are calling it a dude movie, whether it's a dude movie or not. Like I said, I think there's a lot of different layers to the movie. If you just want action, then yeah, it could be. If you're just looking at it as an action movie, then yeah, it can be a dude movie. But there's so many different layers to that movie. And look at this. Victor Mita says, as a religion and philosophy instructor, I'd be happy to offer commentary on the underlying philosophical concepts in the Matrix. See? Getting those offers. I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to watch it once. We're going to have to watch it once, and then we'll have to talk about it and break it apart, and then watch it again and rinse and repeat a number of times until we all really get to a comfortable level of understanding it.
You are unmuted.
Okay, Mark, we'll talk about the trial more. Sorry. It was just during the break. I mean, come on, we can talk about during the break, can't we? Now we'll be back to the trial.
Once back in session, you may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay,
And with the court's permission,
hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
By the way, I'm sorry, but I just have to make one more comment about the Matrix, and then we'll get back to the trial. I'm sorry, but somebody just put in the chat that the Matrix came out on March 31st, 1999. So now I understand why I like it so much, because it actually came out on my birthday. All right, now back to the trial.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire, counsel, just a second? Sure. Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes,
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
You're gonna ask him to read the whole document. Well, actually, I am. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. All right. Well, you have to see you at sidebar. I don't know what's going on with this. I mean, because like, why wouldn't they have Brian Higgins read it? I mean, is there something to this that Brian Higgins is not going to be testifying? Here's a question by Little Miss. Brother Counsel, if you were the Commonwealth, would you be changing your mind by now about putting Proctor on the stand? I don't see how you cannot put Proctor on the stand. I just don't see it. How can you not do that? You have to do it for the jury. You're trying to. It looks like you're trying to hide. You're the lead investigator in the case. So I know it doesn't look good. I know it doesn't. I know it's bad, but you got to present it to the jury. You got to. I mean, I don't know. Is there some sort of order that's under seal that we don't know about, that Proctor can't testify for whatever reason, whether Brian Albert or Brian Higgins? Is there some sort of stipulation? I don't know. But all things being equal, without that, I would say that these people have to testify, and for the Commonwealth, you have to call them. You can't make it look to the jury like you're trying to hide them. So yes, you have to call them. If I'm the Commonwealth, you call them, whether I like it or not. And it looks, I mean, Turtle Boy said Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Matt McCabe, Nicole Abbott will not be called by the Commonwealth. And I don't know where he got his information from. And if that's true, I mean, it's just extremely surprising. Well, why not? I mean, it's such a colossal mistake, I think, to not call these witnesses, to show the jury that you have nothing to hide. You know, that's what you want to do. So I think it's a mistake if that's accurate information. So if Turtle Boy's got the accurate information, then you know, okay. But I think it's a mistake, a tremendous mistake. Maybe we should create a separate channel just for the movie talk and the movie discussions and movie night of Brother Counsel's movie channel or something like that. Maybe we'll take some ideas from the chat, and that way we don't have to annoy anybody who doesn't want to hear the whole movie talk that way. Although, like I told you, I'm very out of it, so it'd have to be like all old movies, which are probably better anyway. Question from Cabo August: if the defense calls them, doesn't make it harder to question them? No, because they're adverse witnesses, and adverse witnesses you can deal with as though the Commonwealth called them as their witnesses. So you can ask leading questions. So it would look a lot like cross-examination. And the last thing that you want, if you're Hank Brennan of the Commonwealth, is for Alan Jackson and to get up there and his first questions to Proctor are all about all of his misconduct on the case. If you're the Commonwealth, you would want to first talk about his background and try to build him up a little bit, and say and try to portray this as just one big mistake and misunderstanding, but put it in front of the jury in a way that is a little more calming. If you just let Alan Jackson call Proctor or Brian Albert or Brian Higgins and you let him spin the narrative, that's not exactly what you want if you're the Commonwealth. So I don't know what's going on there. I mean, I haven't seen any orders about it, but like I said, I think I'd be very, very surprised if the Commonwealth doesn't call those people. BB Mag, I'm turned 40 this year. What a time to relaunch a career. Never too late. I had people in my law school, in my class, who are over 40. And they're starting a new career. Great for them. Great for you. Lisa, did you and Salman attend the same law school? Actually, we did. A couple years apart from each other, but we did. Wayne State Law School, Wayne Law in Michigan. I wasn't sure if I was going to go to Wayne or I was going to go to someplace in New Jersey. That was the question, and I ended up in Wayne. And look, this is from Joyful, waiting for the fan to disappear so we can talk court, but like the Matrix. So we don't. Some people don't like the Matrix talk or any of the movies talk. We're just here to talk about Karen Reed and the trial. So you can try to give everybody what they want here, but it's hard because you can't make everybody happy. That's a lesson I've learned a long time ago. Yes, they are at a sidebar, by the way. So, because apparently they want him to read all these text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. Now, normally you would ask Brian Higgins to do that. So I don't know what the strategy here is. And I'm not sure if there's something more going on that we don't know, which is really getting me questioning about this whole Brian Higgins taking the stand theory. Mandapur Conroy, BC are creating a community. That's what we're trying to do here. That's the point. We're creating a community here, special community. Little Miss says, Brother Counsel, start a law class for us on another channel. I was actually thinking about that too. There's some in cases that really what you're doing in law school is you're reading cases. Okay, you're reading opinions. That's really what you're doing for the most part. So we can take opinions. We can take an opinion and everyone can read the opinion. And then we can talk about it just like they do in law school. We can do that. There's all the sky's the limit. With everybody here with our community. But I enjoy that. I enjoy researching. I enjoy reading. I enjoy analyzing the law. So we can definitely throw that idea around. I know a lot of people like the analysis, like the legal research part of this, which is something that we also stress on our channel. So we'll see. That might be another option as well. So there's so many different options. We can have movie night. We can have law school night. We can have all types of stuff.
Right, so jurists, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages here that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
115.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
115.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
What more? I mean, what would have changed now? Yeah, and quite frankly, from the first trial, I just have in my head still Brian Higgins as reading those text messages. And it's actually very weird now that I'm hearing it from somebody else reading those text messages. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. Ha ha. I thought you creeped John's phone. Ha ha. So I just have like Brian Higgins in my head, and it's just very weird hearing it from Yuri Buchanan. Brother Counsel, could you possibly put who's on the stand in your title so we can go back to listen to that?
First, we're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's go. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
Come on, move the
All
camera
right,
over.
can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights
There
off?
we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack.
So it could be, I'm just thinking now, it could be that the reason why the defense is doing it this way is so that they can play the entire, all these text messages in context, and it's not just cherry picked by the Commonwealth. If they call Brian Higgins, they can kind of cherry pick. So here you're going to get the entire context of their text messages, I guess. That maybe is a reason why they're doing it this way on cross-examination instead of waiting for Brian Higgins to do it as part of the Commonwealth's case.
Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I am inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
No, that's not what it said.
You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
14.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that age
I think she meant less than 42 as a tadpole. But anyway.
Aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq.
Are you sensitive?
I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust.
To dust.
Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
And by the way, none of these messages were read in last trial. I mean, I shouldn't say none of them, but most of these were not read in last trial. It looked like from last trial, they only had a very brief texting exchange. So you're seeing a lot more context in this trial to everything that's going on.
I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you. Rarely. So you're a quitter. A realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked
Tricks
up.
are for kids.
Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
Haha.
Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the tuck rule. I can't wait until tonight.
I can wait.
Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about who. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things.
Where-
Why?
Excuse me, I'm
What
sorry,
in the-
Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no
I
problem.
apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Is it me, or is seeing all the context in these text messages actually make you believe that that Karen Reed initially was like, just screw it, let me just hook up with him or whatever, and he was much more into being a much more of a real permanent thing, and then she kind of just like lost interest a little bit, and then he's just much more into it and trying to continue this whole exciting thing for him, and she's kind of just losing interest. It just seems like that to me. Like in the beginning, he's like, okay, she's in a bad mood, thought that John was cheating, just had it with the kids. Okay, come over, let's have a good time and not think about it. And then he didn't. And then he's kind of just like got all into this and saying, oh, I liked you from day one. I thought you were so hot and I was always into you. You're such a great personality. And she's like, stop. I wasn't interested. Like, this is like, let's just do this and then like we'll figure it out later. And then once it became much more of a real thing, and then she's like, you're just making it too complicated. Like, I don't want this whole complications. Like, if you're interested in making this like just like a 1 or 2 type of thing and whatever, okay. But I think this is what the context is showing me, that like she's kind of getting tired of this, and he's still dying for this, or like really wanting it. And she's kind of just like, okay, I forget it, whatever. We can just be friends or whatever. Just, that just seems like to me. But I'm not a woman. I don't pretend to know how women work perfectly, and if this is like, if I'm reading this correctly or not. So I think there's a lot of women here. You guys can let me know in the chat.
Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would Daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. The lights.
Yeah, it definitely seems to me that he was much more pursuing the relationship after the initial text from her. So it feels like to me like she kind of got bored of it. He didn't really pick up on the cues, didn't really realize what she wanted, and then she kind of just got over it and like, okay, I'll keep in touch with you or whatever, but like just not so into it anymore. And he seems like very into it, and he became much more the person reaching out to her, pursuing some sort of relationship, and she kind of just felt like she was just taking a back seat, whatever comes and happens, whatever. That's what it seems like to me, anyway.
Please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we need to be rolling.
Court, all rise for the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
All right, well, let's see what scheduling issues are. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to have a full day today till 4 o'clock. But I think that this was very smart of the defense to have him read all of the text messages, and the jury can kind of think what I thought. That, yeah, maybe initially Karen reached out to him and initially wanted to hook up or something. And when he didn't take the bait, she kind of was much more passive about it, got over her feelings, and just kind of kept in touch as much more of a passive person. And then, he kept pursuing it, and she was the one kind of like just ghosting him. So I think it puts her in a lot better light leading up to this, and it can also show him being more upset about it not working out. And it did not. And just to answer this question, it does not seem that they hooked up at all. There was some point that they met, but I don't think it doesn't sound like anything happened. They just spoke, talked. I think she got over it. But he didn't. Question by Norsa. G, do you think jury is aware of Birchmore? Vauder, they're not supposed to be aware of anything with Birchmore. Jody Arrington, thank you for your coverage and great recaps at the end of the day. And thank you, Jody, and thanks for your comments that you make and for watching. Appreciate that also. Yeah, it looks like it's lunch now. I just don't know what they're talking about on the side. So I just want to wait before we break for lunch to see what Judge Canoni is talking about, whether there's anything significant that we should know about. And I know at last trial, Higgins testified that they did not hook up at all, and that they just came, they just met and talked. And that was it.
Why don't you come in?
All right.
Pro gamer woo, cringe for justice actually easier from Bukaki. Is this an introduction to motive? Thanks, brother. Shabbat shalom from France. Well, thank you for that from France. Yeah, they're trying to show that Brian Higgins may have had something to do with this. So most likely that's why they're bringing that up. And also why the investigation did not investigate further into Brian Higgins, perhaps. So that's also part of it. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was good to see all those text messages in context, because last trial we saw a lot less, and it made it sound much more like they were both into it at the same time, where when as opposed to seeing the entire context, where it definitely seems like she kind of got tired of the whole idea, but was still texting him for whatever reason, and just keeping him on the back burner, or just being friendly with him and being friends. And she was not taking, later on when he kept suggesting certain things and hinting at certain things, she wasn't even taking him up. She wasn't even like taking the bait. To me, that's what it seemed like to me. So, yeah. All right. Well, take a little lunch break. We'll see you all back here. And thanks all for joining. We'll see you back here in about 45 minutes.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
We are back.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't know if that means synced with Gary's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of those text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You have to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
Well, when she wouldn't text him enough, he felt like that she was not interested and she was ghosting him. So he wanted to start the conversation. Hey, you're ghosting me. You know, come on, let's talk and let's have fun. And she was not exactly at that point anymore. So, I mean, again, you're seeing the same, some of the same from Buchanan trying to excuse and answer for what the jury already sees. Like the jury saw the text messages. You're going to try to pretend that they were not flirtatious. You're going to pretend that Brian Higgins was not interested in hooking up with her.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that term by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with "talking?" Question mark, "No," period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th to January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I'm asking, based on the text that's in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan. Does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay. You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that the "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following.
What was the time?
12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. She just not responded, correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room, well, correct?
Correct.
And Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
I mean, the only thing I can imagine is that he doesn't like that he's calling it a call instead of, I don't know, butt dial. Sorry. Jamie, BC, can you please tell us what the objections are for? The only thing that I can imagine that objection was for is the way that he framed it. I mean, it's admissible, it's admitted, it's a celebrate report. The only thing I can imagine is the phone call itself, and obviously it's something that Buchanan reviewed, so it should be allowed in. I don't know what the issue is, and that's some of the times, many of the times, where I'm not exactly sure what the objection is based on, other than it hurts their case, so they don't want it in. I can't. Some of these objections I don't understand myself. So I'm sorry if I can't provide much help there. Swell Kaplan, great work and enjoy the stream tremendously. Good Shabbos. Thank you. Shabbos to you. LH, can the attorney demand the judge tell them what she based her decision on the objection on because she's not psychic? How does she know why they objected? Well, that's part of the issue with this case. Part of the issue is that she doesn't allow you to state the grounds of your objection, and now at sidebar they have to kind of talk it over. So you would assume at sidebar she explains her reasoning.
Sure.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. Would, in your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Maybe because it's not in evidence yet, so maybe you can't refer to it. There's Robert Alessi. And the only conceivable thing is that it's not in evidence yet, so you can't talk about it that way. Yeah, he never knew about this phone call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Just never knew. A lot of sidebars today. And thank you, NBC Boston, for going back to the fan. Jennifer with the comment of the day, it's hard to unhear things. That's very true. So when you tell the jury to disregard something, it's very hard for them to actually disregard it.
May I?
By the way, before we continue, Zoe Nelson apparently is in law school. I'm watching this trial while studying for my evidence final. I like to think it's helpful. Of course it's helpful. Watching Brother Counsel is absolutely helpful, whether you're in law school, whether you're a lawyer, or whether you're not a lawyer at all.
Inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian's Pickens, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, at least.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
You see a small laceration on his nostril, on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, in say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you've described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to when you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you from that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, with the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Objection, I can't.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area.
Snowbank.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told. May
Okay.
we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go. If you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 29 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen
Long hair?
on your client.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be
He's doing
described
the
as
Heimlich.
wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
What else would he be doing if not the Heimlich?
Thank you. If we can take that down.
Thanks, Kaz.
During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
If you could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
No,
to identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time.
How can you make out that that's again?
At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
at this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on the
this
other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to? Based on your investigation.
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears if I could to another video. Did you review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that tire
Just amazing.
really shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
There's
movement.
movement of the tire. It could be an earthquake, it could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw.
It's amazing.
in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They had to have collided, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Okay, so the Chloe issue, exactly how they're going to frame got rid of the dog. Apparently that's what they have to talk about now. But I mean, Maud Rucker, that should not have been a very hard question to answer. Most of these questions are not hard to answer. Okay. But he's not answering them because he doesn't want to answer them. He definitely doesn't want to answer them the way that Jackson wants him to answer them. So this literally could have taken, I don't know, an hour or two today if he would just answer the questions normally. But because he has to fight with everything, so everything has to be asked in 10 different ways and formulated in 10 different ways until he actually answers the question. And the jury realizes all this. So it's just, I mean, it's really, he's not doing himself any sort of favors. Some dude's mom disposed, get rid of, rehome, no longer owners of. Exactly. That's enough to do. Well, Rucker, you must really want to come back next week. You got it. The way that we're going, he's going to be back next week. BC, everything is hard with this witness. You got it. You got it, Teresa. I mean, we're seeing that as soon as cross-examination started, it's just been It's like pulling teeth. It's like pulling teeth. Heidi Gambacini says AJ is working overtime this trial. This is a very different trial than last year. And it is a very different trial than last year. I don't know what exactly the story is with Proctor and Higgins and Brian Albert. Again, a lot of these areas that he's going into, he could go into with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. So I guess we'll still have to see about that. Yaha says Jackson takes forever with every witness. Well, I think part of the reason is because the witnesses don't want to be forthcoming. Like take Jennifer McCabe. Everything had to be, well, can you show me something? I don't remember anything. There's nothing that I remember. So then everything has to be that you're refresh your recollection, and then your recollection is not refreshed. And then, so they try to play all these games, and that's why things take a lot longer than they should. How would Brother Solomon have handled this? I mean, the same way. There's really no way to handle it other than what Jackson's doing. You can't tell a witness to remember something, even though he obviously remembers it. Can't tell him that. And when you see something clearly on the video and the witness refuses to answer the question that there was a collision there or there was some sort of contact, and you have to ask it in 10 different ways in order for the witness to actually answer it, there's really no way other way to do it. So Jackson's doing it. I mean, no one has to give Alan Jackson any tips. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Who wins when Brother Counsel and Solomon play, whatever that means? If you're talking about like when we used to play fight when we were kids. So actually, Solomon's my older brother. He's a year and a half older than me. So he was always older and stronger. But at some point, once I got a little bit bigger, then things started to change. And then all of a sudden the fighting stopped. And now we're just best friends. Well, Carrie wants to see Chloe's dental records. Well, you're going to be seeing some sort of mold by the dog expert Crosby. You're going to be seeing something. Z. McCarthy, BC, it's glaringly obvious he's trying to not agree to bad facts. Do you think Brennan supports this? He must know it's not good to look to a jury. No, I'm sure Brennan is cringing in his seat and wishing that he would not do this. I'm sure Brennan's thinking that. And there just wasn't enough preparation with Buchanan, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. I mean, it's just a madhouse. It's brutal. It's literally brutal what's going on. Dr. Martinez says, oh my gosh, just checked in again and still same witness. I'm over 40 and don't want to lose my hair. I'll watch BC recap tonight. Great idea. But you can always, of course, stay with us also. Diane, does the judge have the ability to call him out in his games? No. All the judge can do is instruct the witness to answer the questions. That's really all the judge can do. Mr. East of Boston, who said that this channel should have 1 million subs, and I totally agree with him. Don't worry, we'll get there. We will get there with all of your help. By the way, we will get there. I can't do it all myself. I need your guys' help. But he says the jury sees right through this BS. And that's true. That's 100% true. The jury absolutely sees exactly what's going on, and they're really getting tired of it. That's why I was telling you also, they're getting tired of Jennifer McCabe, even though she came off a lot better than she did in the first trial. But eventually, the jury sees through what they're doing, and then this as well. DB Mag says he just realized that he is your actual brother, meaning Solomon, my brother, brother counsel, who will be joining me on Sunday, by the way, for all of you. He will be joining me Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning. Special Mother's Day live stream. So, yeah, he is my brother. A year and a half older than me. You're all set, says Buchanan did a 36-page report on Rubber Ducky Gate. Oh. Let's see if he brings up Rubber Ducky Gate. Here's the question from Agent Smith. So are they saying the taillight was broken at J.O.'s house or at the police garage? That's a good point. So what they're saying is, according to the defense's case, their theory is that it cracked at that point. That's when it cracked. But then it was cracked further at the Sally Port, perhaps purposely.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
The question.
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'm stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay,
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
What? We didn't have a dog.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Oh, this is new information.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, more information and more omissions. VS asks, have you ever had a witness like this? And I can't say that I have. Not like this. You always have witnesses who try to be evasive in certain points, but I never had anything like this. I mean, this is unbelievable.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It
It is important, but
just
we
answer
can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely wrong.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
You didn't answer the question, sir. It's amazing.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time that, of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that. No.
Can we just give him a little bit of credit here for answering the question? I mean, come on, it's been a while, it's been a long day, and I think he's catching on now. That if you just answer the questions, it usually goes a little bit easier.
You became aware early on in your investigation of two individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses. Yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's.
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that. No, I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in the report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be Not no excuses. I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely. Correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antona. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antona actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach this one?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Oh my gosh. This is so brutal. I mean, literally. I don't know if I've mentioned that before, so I just wanted to remind you. We're going to be here for a while. We've been here for a while. And we're going to continue to be here for a while until he starts answering questions like a normal human being. It's amazing. And again, and a lot of things, by the way, Alan Jackson's just letting slide at this point. You know, like, for example, he didn't answer that last question. You interviewed Ricky D'Antona and Heather Maxson on September 2nd, 2023. Would you consider that timely or untimely? We do the best we can. That doesn't answer the question, sir. Would you consider that timely or untimely or neither? So, yeah. He just let it go because it's just, I mean, I think the jury's already just getting the point. Well, Jane says that she loves my sarcasm. Some people like it, some people don't like it. But yeah, you can't take the sarcasm out of me. And sometimes it actually comes up in my writing. I'm writing things in the writing briefs or something to the court. And it'll be sarcasm.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antona, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told you, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, he just wanted to leave out the simultaneous part. Wasn't so important.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from?
Sure.
Too Many Jewels says that Brother Counsel, they don't call Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. They stay these suspicious figures who got rid of their phones, drive drunk, flirt with buddy girlfriend, got rid of home, dog, and basement. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, or Proctor. Like I said, I mean, from what I've seen in the court and from court filings, I haven't seen any order about it. If maybe there's some sort of agreement between Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson about what they're going to do with this, I don't know. Sometimes that happens also. But from my vantage point, I would say that they would have to take the stand, whether for the Commonwealth or for the defense, one way or the other. And I think we're going to be done for the day right now. And Jackson's not done. He said this might be a good place to stop. But I mean, I think on the recap, it's just going to be. So today we had Alan Jackson asking questions and Yuri Buchanan not answering questions. And that was the extent of the day today. We'll see you all tomorrow, and don't miss Sunday. So I think that might just be the recap for today's trial.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start with 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll have you guys on Monday at 10. So I can leave that.
Goodbye.
All right, well, let's see what happens, because before we just jump too quickly to say that court's starting at 10 a.m., maybe there's going to be something else that's happening in this case. Maybe some oral argument or something on motions. Not sure. So let's just see before we say officially that we're starting at 10 a.m. on Monday. But it looks like that. Looks like I want to have an extended weekend, extra hour to enjoy Mother's Day or Mother's Day weekend.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ron.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess not. So first of all, Donna Beneville, thank you for another great day, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. We're having a good time here watching the trial. The chat's amazing. Chat's awesome. We speak about mostly the trial, but sometimes we also speak about some other topics like the Matrix or other very important subjects like that. So, but mostly on the trial. And we're going to have to get the recap out really soon because Sabbath is coming closely. Everybody have a great weekend. I'm going to try my hardest to have two special guests for you on Sunday. Hopefully 2 special guests. I'm going to work hard on that over the weekend. And other than that, everyone have a great weekend and a happy Mother's Day on Sunday. And in honor of Mother's Day, we're going to have a special stream. So starting at 11 o'clock a.m. this Sunday, I'm going to have Brother Counsel here, and hopefully another very special guest. So that's going to be it for now. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you next time.